Good afternoon, America. It's evening in France. I hope you're doing fantastic in this parallel downward that's about to find support at the 441 local fib. Or not. I don't know, but I just entered some trades. Let's go. I mean, let's change trend.
Hey
Just go.
there, doing quite okay, watching the markets, hoping they will go down for a retracement.
Ooh, I think we've went down a bit. I mean, maybe enough to reverse upward for stock market close, and I don't know, it's the bet.
Yeah, I'm looking for a bigger retracement.
Yeah, I'm just scalping a bit on the, well, half swing, I guess, half scalp, because there is no plan to TP before I see a new high on these scalps. You know that why not a double top at that golden pocket, which is 2,720 something, no? Where I did TP. But yeah, just a little red candle and I want to get back in already. See, that's the problem with TPing is, patience is so hard. But just
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
scalp, not a swing, just a scalp. Because we have red stuff going on.
I was in the red almost the whole day, shorting Ethereum, and right now I'm in the green, so.
Catching that short was a bit of a pain, but eventually with this roughly a 10% drop, it does break even, I guess. Actually, no, 5% drop. Yeah, no, it's not worth it, yeah.
I'm still waiting for Ethereum to drop to 2,500-ish zone for a good retracement and a spring rebounds to upper highs again.
I don't know, I like where this 15-minute closed. But, yeah, maybe, but there's just too many shorts. But, you know, sometimes I don't have the confidence right now because I've seen this play out where shorters win. It's not because people manage to sell a top that it's not gonna be a top. It just feels odd, but yeah, sometimes people manage to sell a top. And both
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Bitcoin and on ETH, it seems like they, well, they, for now, they feel like they managed to sell a top. It's amazing. It's not what you see. Typically, you see big buys at the top. You don't see people having sold a top, but
Yeah, but
it is
retail
what it is.
investors are not right there. They're not in already. So
Sometimes they're, yeah, sometimes the people are just right in their market order. Also, we've had some big buys at New York Open, right? That failed, well, that got matched, absorbed, and failed to move price
yeah,
higher. I
that's
saw
totally
that one
correct.
around 4 o'clock night time, yeah. But now we end up negative CVD again. I mean, apart from that big buy, overall order flow remains bearish. It remains bearish while we top. It also remains bearish while we go down. People are TPing. You know, parallel downward is a pattern that shows profit taking.
Yep.
People are taking profit, exiting the market. Good for them. Makes sense. We're in May. I like selling and walking away. I think they're gonna be surprised though. It would be the more funny outcome.
Yeah, let's see.
Not likely, but we'll see. Yeah, since daily open, Bitcoin is down 1%, ETH is down 4%, and altcoins are more like down between 5 and 10%. It's probably early to get back in, but there's a bit of red. Stock market is just flat. Uh, if this is a rejection on the stock market, it is a pretty slow one. But yeah, I guess we can do a rounded top slowly, and it would accelerate down more like, well, maybe towards market close, but more like during the night and tomorrow. Or we just bounce from this downward ABC. Bounce from 5,874 on SPY, and Nasdaq doesn't have the same ABC than SPY. It made a higher high, not a lower high, so this is still a higher low on Nasdaq. Well, it is a lower low on SPY. But overall, we just too zoomed in. You know, when you zoom out, it's just flat. It's a flat day. Flat day at golden pocket of the down move since Trump is in power. So it is a good area to get rejected. 5,900 on SPY is golden pocket of the whole down move since January. Bitcoin is above that. It makes it overperform the SPY on these time frames. ETH is still, well, ETH is like SPY, right? It touched golden, and most alts are actually still down, well, lower than where SPY is, I guess, relatively. So not sure we've seen the huge FOMO. People loading up on shorts, expecting gaps to fill. We'll see if they have enough money to turn the markets. And fundamentally, I don't know if there's anything new today. I don't like look at the news or anything, but looking at price action, just no news today, I guess. It's probably not much happening out there. Other than people reassessing their positions, and it's a tight battle between buyers and sellers because price isn't not very volatile today. Europe closed 0.4% red. SPY and Nasdaq are roughly at daily open. The dollar is not moving iota. It's like 0.0%. It did do a dump and pump though. 0.3% dump and pump. Then gold. Gold is dumping. Oh, I guess a bit like crypto. Yeah, gold is down 2% today. Euro is completely flat. I mean, it came back to daily. Whatever, I understand myself. It's back to where it was. And if BTC is doing a few red candles, but it is still above the previous high, so nothing too red. So on the 5 minute, we're gonna end up with 3 green candles in a row. Um, I mean, that's one argument to not TP, I guess, because if you end up with 3 green candles, I mean, the next red one could be, well, a small red one, maybe even a cool, big green one. It's just the 5. On the 15, though, um, yeah, but we got a bullish reaction. Now the problem is, are we gonna turn into resistance while current levels, right? Bitcoin also made its very local lower low below 100 to 800. Damn, screw it. You're so right. I just guessed that Bitcoin. I should wait for a lower low below 100,600, but you know, we can't trade without that setup active on Bitcoin. But yeah, if Bitcoin was below 100,600, then the upward reversal would be probably more juicy on these alts. Hmm. Makes me think I should TP my scalp, but it's not worth it now. Up 3% here. Yeah, I'm just on 10x on ETH. Tesla also coming really close to that golden pocket of its down move, which is 357. We got 348, so it's not there. But yeah, if you bought if you were able to catch it like below 230, or let's say even below 250 on the double bottom at 217 even. Well, the ABC at, if you want to be precise, Tesla had a beautiful lower low below 215.2 because it gave you an entry at 213.5 and that came back above 215.2. So they precisely stay long from 215 and you wouldn't have gotten stopped out, which is pretty rare. And now we're looking for a topping pattern to either head short or fully exit or partially exit. I'm slowly selling. I sold a bit at just below 300, and yeah, I'm looking to slowly exit. But there's not like on the 4-hour time frame on Tesla, like you have a spike up, unless it's like blow off top. There's no reversal pattern or anything. It's just bumping, so I wouldn't be too much in a hurry to exit. If we had like a topping pattern, um, I guess if it drops below 320, then it'll be a bit safer. But the probability of starting a reversal downward would be higher. And Tesla can easily drop 5%, 10% on a daily basis. So it could happen even before New York closes, but very low. Well, it seems not likely. Right? If you zoom in like on the hourly 15-minute, well, just made a higher high and a higher low. It's like it's still rising. So the market is just bullish. Like there's this. I don't know why I would exit when things are still so bullish. We need a bit of a sign on this chart, a bit of a sign of a reversal. We have it on Bitcoin. On crypto, it's a bit different. We have it on crypto because there's at least one red candle between 106 and 100K. Although it's not much. Yeah, I mean, at least there's something there. Well, when you look at like Tesla, there's nothing. Or I fail to see it. Am I saying sell Bitcoin to buy Tesla? Hell no! Screw that. To the opposite. Dump Elon to buy Bitcoin. It's the same on Nvidia. It's the same on a lot of stocks. They're still rising, pretty bullish still. It is a good area to get rejected, but if there are no rejection, there are no rejection, and it's a bit too early to call it a rejection. Maybe a slow rounded top, but yeah, maybe a slow rounded top. Yeah, golden pocket is 2,528 on ETH, and it does light up with what we tried to hold after the craziness of 2nd of February. After that huge week to the downside on 2nd of February, ETH did like a rounded bottom, and the lowest point of that rounded bottom was 2,520 something, and it's also where yesterday's daily impulse started from. So, mm, it could act as support if we put like well, we didn't go there, right? We're getting yeah, but maybe later it will come down to 25, 28, and even much lower potentially. But if it does like a nice SFP at 2,528, I'm interested in re-entering long after getting stopped out from the carrot long. It's pretty close by anyway. Just a bit. It's just 2% down. Yeah. If that doesn't hold, you said 2,500, right? Oh, well, it's another 2% down. Nah, I'd like golden to hold or even actual current lows to hold, yeah. Because if you start going below 2,500, then it seems likely we'll hit 2,400, and that would start putting a bigger reversal pattern. Let's keep the bullishness. Well, it would be a change in market structure to wick below 2,400, yeah, on a bigger time frame. Also the middle of the week, right? So wait, what's Bitcoin is just sideways, so there's no like midweek reversal on Bitcoin, right? It's sideways since 8th of May. So since last Thursday, we're just going sideways on Bitcoin. It's been 1 week of sideways on Bitcoin because last Thursday it hit 104, and it's been, well, almost one full week. Well, it'll be one full week in a few hours, and we achieved higher high, higher low, lower high. Oh, maybe lower low is next on Bitcoin. Huh? Hmm. Well, anyway, it's kind of still just sideways Bitcoin. I think we can agree it's just going sideways for now. While alts have continued to rise, dominance went down. Well, it's all good, yeah. Let's continue this. We'll probably get some green candles on these shitcoins towards the end of the week. You just need the stock market to behave too. Stabilize at these levels. Don't get rejected at golden. Just go sideways here. That would probably give us another green candle on alts. What's the VIX at? Ah, it's back to the mean already. You know this Trump crash brought us pretty close to COVID. Why? No, even to 2008 volatility. Yeah, the spike in volatility of April is well, it's not as much as COVID did, but if you look at the VIX ticker, yeah, we've just had a big spike up in volatility. Every one of these spikes is a good buy. Like the huge spikes are typically when the stuff is downward, not upward. Because actually, I don't know why. Because sometimes we pump as quick as we dump, but still on the VIX chart on the monthly, weekly time frames, every time it went like above 70, it's not during a pump, it's during a dump. So you end up with 2008 crisis being the highest point it ever reached. And then you have COVID, the second highest. And well, Trump just gave us the third highest. Actually, no, 5th of August was the third highest. So I don't remember what happened on the 5th of August. It's not election. It's I don't remember. Yeah, financial crisis, COVID crisis, and 5th of August crisis, whatever that was. And now we've had Trump tariff crisis. Even VIX gapped. There's a big gap on the VIX chart too. What's up with that? Because there's no data, so even a measure of volatility can have gaps. When there's no data between two time points, then yeah, you can create gaps. Let's just go Helki Nashi candles. Then you shouldn't see gaps. I have some Alstom stock and through a 401k equivalent in France, and today everything is like not that volatile, and I end up without knowing it because it's a fund owning. It's a fund that has its biggest share in this company, and it's a national. Well, it's a bit state-owned company. Anyway, it's down 20% today. Has a nice sort of diamond pattern on the weekly time frame. It's about to get, like, technically, it's about to just completely die again. probably drop another 50%. Well, hmm. But yeah, it's down 20% today, and like again, betting on the wrong horse here. I mean, it did do 2x up, so I guess it's not that bad. But yeah, when you own something that drops 20% while everything else is going up, it's a bit well, gotta do the fundamental research better, I guess. This is about steel, trains, steel production, and all. Like it's not a bad sector right now. It's doing pretty good, especially in Germany with the weapon manufacturing ramping up. We need steel, so like it's not supposed to be in a bear market, but the French steel company is just not profitable enough, I guess. I guess maybe Alstom is involved in that high-speed train in California, where it's been like or over budget, over delay, and all. It's probably Alstom is involved in that. They were supposed to like build a train from San Francisco to Los Angeles, high-speed train. It's funny because in France we have high-speed trains all over the place. Well, in Europe in general, but in America it's only for freight. It's not for passengers. I guess because the country is too big for train, or you'd need like hypersonic trains. It would be just too costly. Or but stuff like Boston, New York, like the East Coast, it could be connected by high-speed train. No? It's just that you'll never go from New York to San Francisco in train. It's just too much, too long distance. In France, train is more expensive than airplane actually, which is odd. Alrighty, time to dump it or not? Let's not gamble it. Right? Well, it was a cool scalp. Problem is repeating successful scalps in a row is a it's an art I do not master. 10% is 10%. Now it's about catching another 10% without losing 10%. On inverse perpetual, I'm starting to add back what I TP, which will bring my entry higher. it will not stay at 1600 anymore. Like debating online where I should have my entry go up to. I think you still want, you probably still want to keep it down there, no? Because if we retest the breakout, uh, it's ETH. It can do crazy down candles too, and I think it's possible to see it at 2002 in May and June. Like it's not out of the question to get a week down to 2nd of February low that would confirm support there and be bought up like hell, but it would liquidate a lot of longs. But for that scenario to happen, we need people to be heavily long. It's not the case. Like I'm not on Bybit at least. Maybe on other exchanges it's the case, but on my exchange, it's absolutely not the case. People TP'd like hell. They went short. They're adding to their shorts. They're getting wrecked, completely squeezed, and they're just opening new shorts. And funding rate is negative. So maybe it'll turn positive again in 5 hours, but overall it's not hugely positive. So there's, like Dbloc said yesterday, there's no need to do a crazy wick down. But maybe it will later, and this is a swing for a few months. So I guess I'll add, even at these levels, I'm okay to add back what I TP'd at golden. Like even if it's just 10% down. What would you, nah, I'd like 10% down at least. Right now it's just 5% down, right? Well, but even 5% down is better than having done nothing, right? It's still a successful exit and re-entry, but let's not be too greedy on the downside, yeah. But I'd like to keep it still below 2nd of February low, so I gotta calculate where my entry would end up, like how much I can add, while keeping it below, well, roughly 2100, yeah, below 2070. Well, maybe even below 2000, yeah. So I can't add a lot. Yeah, I can't add a lot. At these levels, I can't add a lot while keeping it below 2000. So yeah, I'm just not gonna mess up with this trade and have fun on scalping ETH USDT. Which seems like it's gonna touch the angular resistance pretty soon here. Around 2610, somewhere there, you have the 5-minute turn to the EMA, you have a bit of a downward angular resistance, and I guess people are gonna TP a bit there or add to their shorts, expecting price to continue its consolidation downward, or its parallel channel downward. I'd like it to hit golden at 25, 28. Or for a short, I wouldn't short that 2600 personally. I need a separation in trend. We're in a downtrend on the 5-minute, right? If he's already, since he tapped at 2700 something, it's a bit in a downtrend on the small time frames. So for me to short, I need an uptrend. So if it went to like 2650, somewhere there, maybe I could think about entering a short. Yeah. 1664 would be golden of the small down move.
Got some rockets.
Yep, I see that too.
I just put a little money in, boys.
There's no absorption this time. Well, we've touched the mean again on the 5 minutes.
Ah. Ka. Dash moro. Ne, užliejimą. Viskas, užliejimą dabar 21%. PVM. Davė pinigus man mamšis.
Artist, you have an open mic.
Good morning, team.
Good morning, dude.
What's going on? Everybody good?
Cool, man. Just watching the price action of the BTC.
Yeah. Low bleed. What's good, YouTube? Could have just flushed it in one go and made this easy on us, but I guess not. I never staked mine, Los. I never staked my virtuals. Probably should have. We still haven't made it above that uptrend on ETH. But we did pop out of that small flag we were looking at last night. back for a retest. Yeah, it's possible hacking. But they're definitely slow walking this retracement. I appreciate that hacker. Oh, right back. Hold on. Groceries just got here. Alright, I'm back, y'all. Some interesting increases in transactions on Sol today. This is usually a sign that the blockchain is starting to heat up a little bit. happened though is they were flooding it up this morning.
What chart is this, Dbloc?
The performance of memes, this is just giving you top gainers for the week, right? But look at the lineup. First of all, Moondang just completely destroyed the competition.
Yeah.
But you got Moondang, Goat, Nero, People, Peanut, Degen, Griffin, Pepin, Chill Guy. You think Risk is back? There's an appetite
Oh,
for
yeah,
Risk.
I just got it. All these different lines of different tokens, yeah.
Yeah. So each one of these from the beginning of the week, they start on par and then they track their performance against each other.
Mood angle is on the top.
Yep, by a lot. On the hourly, things are starting to sort of come back down. We've got some AI agents. That's crazy that Mubarak is moving again. Wonder what's going on with that. What happened here? Broccoli. Broccoli F3B. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeesh.
Is a minus 51% or is a minus 91%? The
Yeah,
broker.
I don't think that's the one.
Yeah, that's it.
No. Hey there. Interesting. Oh, there's an F in there.
It's a double C.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We got a little bit of a diamond form, don't we?
CZ's dog, broccoli. We're back on founder pet narratives. What we're doing. Yeah, yeah, I just noticed that. I was just looking for the one that took this dip, but it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. On the 4 hour, though, Pengu is taking the lead here. Hold on, but I came here to see something specifically. I need to check.
Yeah, so that 21 shares just gave an update that the SEC has acknowledged NASDAQ's filing to list and trade shares of 21 shares US Dogecoin ETF, formally initiating the review process for this proposed investment vehicle.
Damn, I haven't looked at these charts for a minute. Look, remember when I was doing this and I was talking about ETH coming down to the back? I haven't looked at this chart for a long time. Ain't that some shit? I mean, that's not a thing of beauty right there.
The bottom's in.
What else do we have? Virtuals. Virtuals went nuts. Beam hasn't broken out yet. Sui went stupid. Inverse Head and Shoulder never played for Soul, but it just kept going.
I used to see them like that next to each other. You can compare them side by side like that.
Big buys coming in, big buys coming in.
Somebody wanted me to look at PCH. Well, BCH broke out of its W. It looks like it's attempting to retest here. Want to come down for the retest, but you don't want to come down further than the 50 EMA on the daily, like everything else we've been looking at. 50 EMA retests. Measured move on the breakout would be 565. I think Ponky's on here. Yeah, Ponky's already on the list. And Ponky's another one that gave us that ADA fake out, or that M pattern fake out. I would like to see a right side here at some point. Right, this thing for the most part's been pretty V-shaped. I'd like to see something like that.
Okay.
Come down, test these tops. Holding the support. Let's see where 50% of this vector is. If we take just the unrecovered vector, that takes us right to that support as well. Just be careful here. It's got some room to give back, but even the retracement, in my opinion, is bullish. Just gives people somewhere to load up.
Yo, if Dogecoin gets on Nasdaq, it wouldn't be directly though, right? It would be under 21 shares ETF though, from what I'm getting.
Is that a rumor right now?
No, it's legit. I mean, it's the SEC has acknowledged the filing, and this was Nasdaq that did the filing. So Nasdaq filed. They want to list and trade shares of the company's called 21 Shares. They want to list and trade the shares of 21 Shares Dogecoin ETF, formally initiating the review process for this proposal investment vehicle.
Dang, bro.
Yeah.
Can we like do the utility coins then Doge maybe?
Well, the thing with this ETF, it's not going to get approved for a while though, but it's
What?
in motion, so that's good.
Well,
That's a good rumor.
Pengu has an ETF filing, bro.
Can someone tell me
Ridiculous.
You know,
what the point of a Dogecoin ETF is? Like, what would the point be?
it would just be a fund that holds Dogecoin, and you'd be buying into a basket of a collection of funds. They just think
So people
Doge is a good idea to add to it.
people that want Doge but just are too lazy to do self custody.
Nah, people that want exposure but don't want to deal, right? Just like the same way you buy the S&P and you don't go try to buy a million different things. I would imagine that there's going to be more than just the Doge in the basket.
But I mean, yeah, I
Well,
guess
if you want to buy Doge, you're able to buy with your investment vehicles from work, your 401ks. You can put it in your books now. You can, I mean, it's different when you're doing it via ETF. There's more security there. It's insured, so there's a lot of different things, because it's an ETF. It's regulated once it's an ETF.
Like Coinbase getting in the S&P.
Much Doge.
Like that shit means that even if you don't like crypto, you don't believe in crypto, you're putting money into your 401k in a roundabout way, you're buying base. That's just that institutional buy pressure once you get into those 401ks, you know what I mean?
Much wow, much wow, much wow.
Let's go.
I don't even have any more Doge. I have like 150 bucks left of Doge.
I have a big order sitting there patiently waiting for it, and I'm only holding 25,000 of it. People are like, when was the last time you looked at Doge? What's it got the switch down for? What could I possibly get to?
Well, there was 3 opportunities to get into Doge.
It just hasn't hit my when I sold, so I'm just being patient, hoping it's gonna potentially make it, but I'm getting nervous towards it. Not super low, so I'm just trying to reaccumulate. What is that thing?
You
What was
missed your
that?
shot, Jerry. You got to buy higher now.
I know, Drew, it's part of the damn thing. You know what it's part of.
I missed
I
what
didn't
you
want to
said,
buy
Joe.
him
What were you saying?
18.3 to 17.3, but I did, and I scooped, and I got it way too soon. So I'm still stuck in that same boat. I'm still waiting on like 350,000 order placed, but I'm like, I might change it pretty soon. This looks like there's such a big old vector gap. I'm still waiting for
Yeah.
it. At least 19.25 tap. I mean, what's half of that vector, Dbloc?
It's the same as everything
All that.
else that I've been talking about. 50 EMA
Sure.
retest on the daily is where we should retrace to, but
Look at
each
that 50.
coin's
Look at that 200.
specific
All that
bullishness
looks
and
fine.
mind share is going to keep that from happening or make that easier to happen.
That chick just looks wild on it. On MA right there. But I'm having a tough time putting it in through aspects.
My target's still 31 cents.
Straight up. Me too. I'm just getting nervous here. I'm just hoping it maybe comes down, taps off that 2 on it.
Yeah, I'm getting
Right there.
scared. Everything's getting a little too expensive. I'm getting scared.
Puppy.
All the other 80 something coins has been ripping, so I'm not too worried. It's just I just want to get back in and not get dicked out of Village like I always do sometimes.
You guys got to take in consideration that Bitcoin is very close to its all-time high, and there's probably a magnet there that's trying to pull it there because all the bulls really want to break that all-time high. So that's going to give it extra buy pressure. And even people that are already in position, if they got extra dry powder in the maxis, they're going to sprinkle on top. So you got to take that in consideration. So
It won't do nothing.
and if it does go to its all-time high, yeah, Doge is checking out that 29, 30 cent, 31 cent area.
They won't do nothing. They won't
Thanks
do
for
nothing.
looking at that, D-Bug. Thanks for looking at that for 2 seconds.
Feast your eyes on the beauty of ETH BTC.
It's a magician. It's like when the genie comes out of the bottle, he's just about to do it. It's already started.
My
All
2
right, yeah,
cents
that
is
looks, but have
others
you
looks like it sorry.
I was just gonna say that looks good, but have you looked at total 3 minus USDT minus USDC divided by Bitcoin market cap plus ETH market cap?
Yeah, every morning when I wake up, bro, it's the first thing I do.
That was complex. What was it? It was top 3 minus what? Minus what? That was kind of a good complex one.
Before I brush my teeth, bro.
It's basically it's the total crypto market cap excluding stable coins divided by Bitcoin and Ethereum together. It's basically the altcoins versus Bitcoin and Ethereum.
What we're worried about when it's going to take off in the boat. I've always been anticipated to be in the boat. Oh, I'm still in a boat of 80 other coins, so I'm still doing fantastic. RSG's finally been ripping back up out of its trenches, but like, no
I
worries.
think
I got to switch
others.
from Doge to ETH or something. I'm down.
I think others are going to retrace to 240 to 250 billion area. That's what I think is going to happen. Nice
What's our
retest.
total market? What is our total market cap make? It's our highest point. So you hit like 3.5. I'm sorry, I'm literally sitting in the airport. I just landed after a 5-hour flight. I'm in LA right now.
You said total?
Yeah, what's total doing?
Hold on.
You see, definitely called that with that reverse head and shoulders, and I like when you kind of spotted that, and you just were like, "Oh, bam!" Last night, that looked pretty good
At,
when it kind of
it's
zoomed
at
out.
329.
59.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decided I'm getting this motorcycle.
What you getting, Drew? What are you grabbing?
TW200.
Oh,
Yamaha.
nice, dude. It's a good little good on gas, a good ripper around, super consistent.
Got the
Great
fat
little bike.
tires. It's got those fat
Yeah,
tires.
dude. You can lean that thing sideways. They're a great little bike.
Yep. Scooping one up today.
Be careful.
Yeah, I'm doing it more for trails. I'm not going to be in traffic and things like that.
Exactly. It's a 200. You can take that thing out on all kinds of stuff. Anything over a 150, you can take it on all kinds of trails, up and down hills. Really,
That just sounds like fun. I'm a city boy though.
It is.
Nothing sounds like more fun than a 250 on concrete through the city with
Yeah,
your
imagine if we
boys.
had 10 of those things and we're all cruising together. It's a blast.
I like riding with the pack.
Yeah, my girlfriend's not too happy about it, but once I take her for a few spins on the back, she'll like it.
Just don't be crazy right off the bat. Get her comfortable and confident with it. Don't like scare her right
Nah,
off the
bro,
bat.
you
She's
gotta
gonna hate it.
no,
You
you
gotta
gotta
be
break the ice
comfortable, make it
immediately.
fun, take her to lunch on that thing for the first ride, putting along at 25,
You gotta
like
break the
crazy.
ice immediately, bro. You gotta sit her in front
More
of
than
you,
break the ice.
have
You
her
gotta
put her
smooth
legs
the
up on
ice.
the fork, and then just
But yeah,
give her a
get
big
comfy with it.
wheelie all the way down the road for the first ride.
I think that's the first. That's the after the first week. Just don't shatter what could be an awesome future. If you scare a girl on a bike in the first day of store,
Do that. Put her on that bike and go straight to 12 o'clock. They would always ride up north in Brooklyn on the weekends, Saturday, Sunday. Pack was decent, but nothing compared to what it's like in Miami, bro. Miami's nuts. In Brooklyn, you'd have a pack 25, 30 bikes. Down here, 200, 250,
yeah, they're getting deep. And it's a whole
300.
huge packet. Like takes up like the whole street. It's super cool when it's done right.
It's to the point now where the cops, for the most part, don't even screw with them. They put a chopper on them, have the chopper follow them around. Cops ride in front of them and sort of block traffic. It's like if you can't beat them,
Yeah,
because they used
can't
to
win it.
chase them, and all that happened was that they would just scatter through the city, and it'd be a whole day of police chases and accidents. And so finally, they were
And
like,
then at the
"Look,
end of the day, they all look like assholes because they didn't do it correctly. And these kids just beat them around every corner. He says, you know what? Just make it easier on themselves. Let's just help them out. But not let things get out of control. How America should be.
What do you mean? What happened to Mudang, Rumcho? Oh, just this retracement. I'm not gonna lie, it is an aggressive little candle, but from what I saw, I didn't hear anything fundamental. I just know that we broke out, never retested the break of the bull flag. But yeah, that is an aggressive candle.
Yeah, the guys that were trolling me when I got out, they're probably selling now. I got
Dude,
that
thanks for
320.
that syrup. Thanks for that syrup incentive. I actually made quite a
Yeah,
bit
man.
off that little guy. I did.
Yeah, it did good. Syrup
I
did
did.
really
I
well.
kind. It was one of those ones where I just wasn't hesitant to take some profits on it. It
Ooh,
was
be
super
careful
good.
here on H bar, guys. H bar 10-minute is putting in a little chunky head and shoulders here.
Head and shoulders. That's what I see it. I still think the H bar has so much potential, but doesn't have enough things said about it quite yet. I think there's going to be a lot more released about the potential of it coming up in the future for retail, for new retail that's coming in there. You know what I mean? All of us have been paying attention to it the past year and a half, 2 years.
Looks like it would take us back to that 50% recovery that we were looking for.
Ooh, that's dirty.
We'd have to confirm that head and shoulders is still early, but we'd have to break down underneath too. You want to stay above 20 cents on H bar, or things are going to get a little sketchy.
I think it's just one last scare out, ring out the ringer before it really does its full run. H bar has so much potential. I just think it's like just been not spoken about, hidden behind the scenes, and big guys are proven.
I took 20% on guns today.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at
Guns are
that.
good habits.
Top of the range. I mean, it hasn't necessarily proved that it wants to keep going, so de-risking a little bit isn't the worst idea.
I think others is gonna correct though. That's the thing. Like others, the structure is bearish now, and it looks like it's heading. To me, it looks pretty clear. It's going to like 240, 250 bill.
Have you pulled a fib sequence on that one yet? What will it look like if you actually tried to pull a fib on that thing?
On others,
Joe just
Because
yapping
there's
because
such
he's
a
at the
high
airport.
tallying tip on that thing. It was like there was so much sell off at that high point there. So I'm just curious what it would even come out to, where you would try it.
Dom made that move, still hasn't retraced either.
yeah, I'm gonna try and trade guns and just make a big bet. I don't usually trade
You
my.
played the game yet?
No, I haven't got to it. It seems fun though. Can't lie.
Not gonna lie, it does have the replayability, like the little gambling factor of grabbing those hexes and opening it and not knowing what you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
loot boxes back in the day in Call of Duty where you had to buy the actual loot box and just hope you got something good, except like you're just getting them in game.
Yeah, the most profitable games, they'll turn away from the player base and what they actually like in the game just to like make more money on stuff like that.
That's
You
why I
could say that
said
about
that.
Apex.
That's why I said that my guns position is 1000% reliant on the team not screwing up the economy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know,
I don't think they'll mess this up.
I
If
don't.
he
I mean,
messes up,
they seem. It seemed like they had a lot of consultants from from Web 2. There's tons of Call of Duty people over there. Not just the streamers, but some of the devs and shit too.
Yeah. Remember when they paid all those YouTubers to play the game?
Yeah, I mean, all the big, like, if you go back like 5 years ago, all the big Call of Duty streamers, like all the well-known heads, they're all playing off the grid now.
Yeah, I'm gonna get around to it sometime. Seems fun. I like battle royales. Battle royales are my favorite. I haven't really found one that I like. Like I like PUBG, but like the gun mechanics are just too much recoil. It's like it makes it
Now
not
the
fun at
game is
all.
fun. It reminds me of only thing if it was first person, bro. If they ever drop the first person patch to it, it's a wrap. That's it, bro. It would have me at
Yeah,
that
I can
point.
see them getting to that.
But it reminds me of the moving mechanics. Remind me of Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. We had the jetpacks and used to be able to like grappling hook and fly and stuff. The flying
Is the
mechanic is
movement
dope on
like
it.
smooth or is it
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like chunky?
Well, you got these big robot legs and shit, so when you're running around, it's like chonk, 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 chonk. But there's like mobility stuff that you can use.
Have you ever played Apex Legends?
I tried to, but there was too many bots in that game, bro.
Okay,
Oh, bro, I
I'm
love
trying
that
to
game.
ask what the movement is like. Is it more like Apex or is it more like Call of Duty? Because I'd say Apex is more like agile, Call of Duty is more like clunky.
No, it's more like Call of Duty, but there's attachments and shit that improve your mobility that make it more agile. It's all about
Okay,
how you build your character.
yeah, because in Apex, movement is like a big thing. Like people like it's not like a slide cancel. It's way more
Everybody
smooth.
say hi to the bots
Like
real quick.
what bots?
Hold on,
Oh, in the chat.
yeah. I'll show you how we fix that. Hold on. Don't go anywhere, bots. You stay right there. I got something for y'all.
What's up, fam? How's everybody doing?
Cooling.
What's up, dude?
What's good in the hood, man?
Been a busy morning for me. Lots of chores around the house, working in the garden, getting everything ready for spring and summer. The good old hot summer. Man, we're actually crushing records right now in Texas. We're at like 100 degrees already. We already hit triple digits this year.
And damn inflation.
Oh, by the way, how's my mic right now? Does it sound all right? Is it too
Yeah, you're
loud?
good.
All right, cool. I'm using my my headset right now.
Yeah, that Head and Shoulders is printing on a lot of charts. On others, it's not a Head and Shoulders. The start of the right shoulder is the change of the market structure to bearish.
Dude, Trump just said, whenever Beston's on TV, the markets go up. I was just saying that the other day.
Why can't I find? Bio with the super chat. Yeah, they come in heavy. I can't. Yo, YouTube keeps changing where they put the sub only mode shit. This whole time I've been trying to switch it to sub only. Oh, here it is. Liam. I was trying to throw it on, so I found it finally though. They can come back now. They just got to sub up if they want to do it again.
I took a little bit off ICP. I'm gonna set my limit for 5.11.
Wait to sell that baby at $50.
I might get some out of there, bruh. Don't worry about it.
I've been holding that sucker for years now, and oh man, I just have a real feeling like when all these things take off this year, there's going to be surges in standpoints when they all have their own different rhythm and run. Certain ones will take off this week, certain ones will ride and keep ripping on the current next week. But ICP is one of those ones that I think everybody's heard of and they've been almost holding on to for close to half a decade now. And when
Yeah,
it
the
really starts
launch was
going in, I
bad.
think it's going to be one of those ones. And if they actually pick it up to what their first incentive and release some of those newer like commercials, remember how good those ICP commercials were? It was such a great marketing campaign. It was great. Imagine if they come up with newer shit. Sorry, my words, but you know what I mean. ICP's
Yeah,
got a lot of potential.
it
As
does.
long as FTX or he doesn't step in there.
The problem is the dollar chart is a bit misleading. You got to look at market cap chart on ICP, and it went much higher than one might think it did, which is good. It means
See, it's
it
one of
could.
Those things I don't expect it to hit super all-time absolute highs from just because of what happened with FTX with Sam Bankman when he did what he did to it. But it still had the market potential, and that's why he put his fingers on it. There's a reason he had his incentive in it, is because there was a lot of retail that was super interested in it, because there was millions of people exposed to it by those commercials, because it had that. As soon as you see a commercial again, you'll be reminded of it. If you trust it, why not? I'll give it another shot. Like any other stock, any other thing like that.
No, you know, but
Falls
it
down.
pumped to $20. You know, technically, I mean, not fundamentally, but it pumped to $20 recently, which was a very nice bounce from $3.4.
Yes, sir.
The thing
Anywhere
is that
close to
$20.
$300.
Yeah, but if you look at the market cap chart, that $20 was actually higher than $80.
My orders are set at 84.94. That's where it sense to sell. I'll sell at 84.94. That's where my
Dang,
orders
bruh.
are. I already have
That's
my
like,
orders set.
what's
A
that
little
It's
bit
market
possible,
cap?
but
85,
84?
85
Hold on, let
bucks.
me calculate
That's
that.
my
Let me
goal. So you go
Dude,
look back up at 85. Look at where the ceilings were set at 85 on it, and there's a reason I said it just below 85.
there's also a reason why it got rejected at $20. It's that these coins cheat. They minted, and it already went to $80 and got rejected there.
Like Sam Bankman is still trading that stuff in prison right now. He's like, yo, you guys want some of this one? You want some of that? And I'm kidding, but he's not there. But I feel like
You're definitely right. Sam is back. He's doing the same stuff. Look at Solana's price. Look at ICP's price. I mean, Sam is back. I don't have any doubts about that.
I'm telling you, he has some thoughts in the back of his mind. He had a long time to think about it. All right.
Your order,
Now,
Joe,
does
is
he
at
want
like
to make things
42 billion.
correct? Does he want to come back and actually tear things down, or does he want to properly rebuild structures on which he collapsed?
No, but it's good. It's good to mention that Sam is back when Solana is still at $180, because when Sol goes back down to $25, people will say that it was, artificially pumped and maintained high and this and that, blah blah blah. But yeah, you gotta think about that when it's high up here.
I wrote it was 7 or 8. Who bought it? Who bought half of the Solana coins when it was $7 or $8? He owns Ethereum. There's a reason he did it.
I think 20
My
billion on
understanding-
ICP is a decent.
Yeah, from my understanding, the only problem with ICP was always the VC money that was invested in it. People were scared of that.
CryptoCap has a chart for ICP, and if you look at market cap chart on CryptoCap TradingView ICP chart, you're gonna notice it reached 10 billion this cycle, and 10 billion market cap, time-wise, is the same as when it was at $80, yet price only reached $20. So it's like, it means that in 3 years they diluted you by 75%. It's quite a lot.
Lucy, they diluted the supply.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just my point on ICPs. Be careful with your dollar targets, because they don't match with market cap targets. And so it's something to take into consideration a bit when setting up your TP, right? Because on such big time frames like 3 years, I mean, ICP was $80 in 2021. It's even 4 years ago. The problem is, if they minted a lot of coins, then it means that market cap has to go much higher than one might think. But yeah, you're right. The 20 billion is not out of the question for ICP. Maybe even 50 billion. Who knows? But 20 billion is like still reasonable, and that would bring price only to $40, not to $80. So that's why I'm a bit worried when I hear Joe say I'm gonna TP at 85. It's because it means you would need 40 billion market cap, which is possible, but seems
That's like
seems a bit
100x.
high. It's it's 10x from current
All right,
price.
10x, about a 10x, yeah.
So that's it would only bring ICP to $40. You see, even like a 10x from current prices when we get towards $50, and market cap would be around 30-40 billion, which is where it was when it got released. But but that's was artificial market cap, right? Where people had vesting going on, couldn't exit, and tokens were not even released. But the question is, are they done minting? And
They
the
have the
answer
release
is
on their website, I think.
we don't know. It's a bit like XRP. We don't know. The tokenomics are a bit not as obvious. I think XRP, half of it is out, right? Like when you go on CoinMarketCap, it says 50% released. And there is a total supply, I think, so it's not. So we do know, but only half of XRP is released. Right? On ICP, not sure there's a limit. You gotta check it out yourself. I didn't do that work. Me, all I saw is a nice ABC when we were, well, in 2022, when everything was going down. And since then, well, it's just been going up. Even recently, it found support at 2 billion, which is higher than 1 billion, where it found support during the bear market. But yeah, the recent low is double the market cap of the lowest point on the market cap chart. Is that also the case on the dollar chart? Probably not, right? 2.8 times 2 gives you 5.6, yet we bottomed at 4. So yeah, it's, you see, they're still diluting. ICP should have bottomed at $6, not at $4.5. Well, it should have bottomed at 2.8 times 2. So yeah, $5.4.
It's good, Zusi.
Hello. Well, I'm pissed. I'm holding ICP from bear market bottoms, and that thing is still
$2.
diluting me. No, $3.2. Yeah, well, I forgot to TP. The thing went to $20, came back all the way down. You know,
I like ICP.
very
I
bad
just
trade.
don't think it's ICP's year. I love the tech though. I think if they pull it off, you know, they're trying to be like the base layer of the Web3 internet. What I respect is that out of all Web3 projects, they're the only ones that are truly Web3. Like they don't even use Amazon Cloud, I mean Google Cloud Services. Like everything is on chain. But you know, does that excite retail? I think we need a good, maybe one more bull market.
Technically, it's exactly like every other chart. Once this gets back above August low, it's over. You know, the dip is potentially over.
They need to bring back that commercial from back in the days. Remember that commercial? That was on. You couldn't watch anything on YouTube without seeing this commercial. Hold on. I'm gonna find it now.
You know, this is below 12 May 2022 still. So it's exactly where ICP found resistance recently. Like we're getting rejected around $6, slight rejection. $6 was the swing point on 12 May 2022. Turning this into support would easily call for $10.
Okay, I guess I should
That's fair.
specify when I say ICP so that I don't get these clowns.
There's like an easy 2x still in ICP here. Just even if it's gonna continue downward. But $80, yeah, I wouldn't bet too much on that happening. Maybe to 40, 27 would be nice. Actually,
As
it's
long
why
as
I
it gets
did.
to that 20, that 21 high that it made in March, April 24, I'm happy.
It made a beautiful ABC since that $20 rejection. We went down, up, down, and now we are trading above, well, roughly at the same price as July, August 2024. So if that turns into support, it's the last time to scoop up ICP. If the reversal plays out, of course. So. And
STP is dead in the water. It drowned, never coming back to float again.
Well, if
Why do
they're
you say
done
that?
releasing supply, it's going to be easy for ICP to climb back up, right? Like,
Well, he might have a reason why he's saying it, though.
well, it's dead price-wise, right?
No, I'm just being a jerk. That's all.
You have some alpha for me, bro. Like, you know, that's why we got ears and eyes in the group. You know, maybe he heard something I hadn't heard yet.
I see something fishy happening here on Doge Explorer, that there's 570,000 active addresses that just got put in on 13th of May for some reason. And if you look at the chart, it's like that's a spike. So that's
Doge is good for a 3x, bro. That's all. 3x.
No, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, is Twitter, is X.com ready for Doge? Like, are they going to start doing something? Because some things are cooking behind the scenes, it seems like.
You know,
Drew, you the biggest conspiracy artist in the world.
I'm just trying to think, why would they put in 570 new active addresses?
Absolutely. So I'm getting nervous. I see things happen behind the scenes that I'm like, oh man, if I don't read it through here, I'm be pissed.
You know,
I
20
listened
years
to
ago.
you, Drew, Drew was hollering moon dang, moon dang, moon dang, and I wasn't paying no attention. Moon
Bro,
dang
Moon
did
Dang
the
went
damn.
Moon Dang Dang.
Went nuts.
Dang it.
You
I'm
see
gonna
what this
have
shit
to-
looks
I'm gonna have
like? Look at it on the weekly on Velo. We were just looking at this earlier. Watch this.
I'm still holding on my Moon Dang too. I didn't sell it in.
I might have to jump
That's
in the Doge
Mudang right
wagon.
there. And these are the rest of the top gainers for the week.
That's Moon Dang on top like that?
Yeah. They all started together, right? The beginning of the week, they all started together, but
Hey, is dominance moving up?
it's holding ground a little bit, yeah. We got to our first. Remember, we said that this layer of support was where we would probably start getting our dead cat bounces. But
You know, the distributing computation power on algorithms that can be parallelized is really not dead. That
ICP is
and
good
it's
tech. If you really get into the tech, if they
Yeah.
can pull off what they're trying to do, it's amazing tech.
it's good tech and it's not
People
new
are
tech.
people are like, what is
So we know that
PAR?
that works
100%.
for a long time. I mean, you know, 20 years ago, you could like download programs to rent for free your computation power. I remember SETI at home, where you would search for aliens on your
Yeah.
computer, but you wouldn't get rewarded money for doing that. You just
Nah,
do it
you were just part of you felt like you were part of something.
Yeah, and then they released other research projects like you know, cancer research stuff and stuff like that. But it all started with like researchers that needed computation power and they didn't have the money to buy big computers, so they came up with this idea of having distributed computation on the internet.
Somebody in the back of a police car?
So it's like proven tech. We know that there's a use case and it works. Now the idea of making money with that, it's maybe that's what the problem is.
10-4.
You guys notice Gala? Gala is actually ripping in the past 15 minutes.
How much? 10%?
Galaxy, I'm sorry, not Gala.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to order this Optimus as soon as it's on the market.
The who?
It's gonna be
Optimus?
like it's gonna be like your Tesla truck.
You
If
talking about the
you're
bot?
careful.
Yeah, it's not gonna be. It's like it's gonna be very affordable. Yeah,
I think the
yeah.
bot's gonna be the kind of thing where you get it to flex, and then once you have it, you're gonna find a million different things to do with it.
I'm just gonna talk
Yeah,
to
but
all my clients.
I'd wait for the second generation. It's gonna be bugged like hell.
Yeah, but it's not as big of a flex if you wait for the second gen.
Yeah, you got to get the first one.
Yeah, you don't
I
want to
wanna
be the
fuck
guy
with
that bought the second gen Cybertruck. Like I might not even go Cybertruck anymore just because it's been
For
out
real.
for so long.
Yeah, it's already played.
Yeah, I am a bit biased. I mean, I did sell some Tesla stocks. I still have, but
I just ordered a real truck. I was like, all right, good. Been waiting
Real
for this.
truck.
Don't get it twisted. That Cybertruck is a serious piece of machinery. Just because there isn't
well,
an internal combustion going on underneath it. But
so
All right,
so the,
try and jump it off a 2-foot jump and watch what happens.
it lost the flex.
Try and pull a heavy trailer behind it and watch what happens.
so
It
Real smoke,
can
so
pull a
do
heavy
it.
trailer. What do you mean?
it's so
I
dangerous
live in
that
the city, bro. I'm not a lumberjack.
that thing is
That's
so
why you need a
dangerous
truck
for
then.
pedestrians that it's never gonna be allowed in Europe.
Yeah, they said that it didn't. It it didn't meet the pedestrian collision metrics, meaning you're gonna die if this shit hits you.
Even at like 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
Things
it's a
are
big,
heavy. They
solid
really are.
piece of metal, bro. That thing is just
With some sharp
with a
edges.
massive battery pack that weighs a ton. Like, yeah, you don't want to get hit by that thing. It's
You can
unforgiving.
even put a bullet. You can even put a bullet through it.
Well, that's true for most cars.
I was
but,
going to
it's the
Galactic.
shape,
Yeah,
right?
that was the plan. But I honestly, I don't even know if I'm going that route no more.
Yeah, I just got myself a $5,000 motorcycle. Save some money.
And have fun driving it just as much, if not more fun than inside of a
You know, you
sideways
have to
thing.
ride. You know, you got to ride that thing at least twice a week, right?
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
gotta work
To like
you gotta
make
work
it
on
to make
wheelie
it
season.
worth it, because then you're gonna be thinking about the money you spend. You're like, ah. In other words, it can't just sit there to the top of the bull market. Or you're gonna be looking at it like, "Arr." You gotta have
True,
some
true.
fun.
200 is
You gotta get your
perfect for
5K back.
wheelies. It is the perfect wheelie bike, that 200. I'm telling you. Get used to it. Get good at it. Practice.
I'm gonna be stunting. Which one you got, Joe?
I have a 300 XE dirt bike. Mine doesn't have blinkers, nothing. Mine's like a 300 XE off-road dirt bike.
Oh,
Whole different
straight
story.
MX. Yeah. Nice. That's a two-stroke, right?
Yeah, I got to plug my oil and gas and everything before.
Yeah, I
You
couldn't
see the
believe it. This
two-stroke guys in the pack and picking up their bikes at the gas station, taking their
But bro,
bikes,
they just smell
tilting
so
them.
good. Yeah, exactly. You got to like mix it around.
Yo, this TW still has a choke.
Yeah,
It's got a carb. Not too many motorcycles have carbs anymore.
I know. It's all digital new school stuff. But you can't beat that with a choke and carb. Yeah, baby.
I don't know. You also can't beat just jumping on the bike, pressing the button, and yang, 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 yang.
It's instantly going.
Yeah, but the
Not like
kickstart,
hoping.
though, man. Kickstart's where it's at.
I got an electric start. Come on.
Kind of like those aren't bikes. You guys are talking
200s
about
you can still kick
tricycles.
over. 200s you don't break your leg. Anything over like a 250 you can like kick it and it like kicks back up after you. It doesn't start. It could like break your ankles. You know what I mean?
And my favorite bike I ever had was a 125 KTM. That thing was so quick and nimble.
Yeah, KTM's a good company. They really are. But I do have newer type of stuff on there. So there is even like a traction control. So if I want to just not be crazy ripping a 300 XE dirt bike, I hit the traction control and it like has like a sensor setting. So if I start like ripping out a little bit, it actually doesn't. So it has like a
Yeah,
traction control setting on it.
I just found out about all those on-off road maps in that app. So now I got excited with this app. So I'm like, dude, I gotta get myself a bike. 'Cause I was like,
Dude,
wow, they
you're
got all
now
these
We
trails
broke
all
that
around
support. We
Pennsylvania.
broke that dollar on Pi that I was warning you guys about. I know there's not too many of y'all in Pi, but you're probably coming down for that full retrace to the top of the accumulation. It was a nasty little dip. It was down 27% today.
Dude, seriously, put like a mobile like phone mount thing. There's so many good apps now that can really show you all over the place that Google doesn't even come close to showing.
I'm gonna get the Starlink Mini and put it in my backpack and hit the cuts.
It looks like Vitalik's mom's coin really loved that ETH push, huh? Metis went from 14 to 25.
Is she cute? Say no.
Bro, she made Vitalik.
Yeah, but you never know. You know, doesn't always fall under the tree.
I
You know what I'm
don't
saying?
know. I'm just gonna assume that she comes from the same stock. I don't know.
He might have got his dad's genes, you know.
Maybe. AI XBT hit targets. Good. AI XBT was a bit of a slow runner, but it popped out of that accumulation nicely. Neutron
Bitcoin
falling
Crocs
back underneath its
V3,
W.
guys.
RSR is holding that range. You still in RSR, Drew?
Negative. I'm gonna wait a little bit. I went all in Doge. I just feel like Doge deserves more exposure right now. I'm gonna get back in it though. I'm waiting for the narratives to shift a little bit though.
I'm still holding some RSR. I speak some.
Guys, order your Bitcoin Crocs version 3.
What the
They
hell
just
happened
they
on
just put 'em out,
STX
bruh.
here? Hold on a second.
That stacks wick.
What the hell happened on Stacks? What the hell is that?
That's on a 5 minute.
30-second, it's still one candle. 10-second is still one candle.
Flatline. I think has no pulse.
5-second
The
is still one
exchange might have
candle.
went down.
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, it doesn't even. It's on the 1 second. It's literally just. Damn. I'm glad I wasn't looking at
That's
the
your
portfolio.
bear market. It's already over.
It's over.
We're back in the bull
Yeah,
market.
let's go.
You got your 90% retrace.
I mean, imagine if you had an
Chris,
order set. Would any of your orders been filled in that 1 second if it collapsed like that?
Nah, probably not. But it's
Possibly
showing
somebody had
even.
one.
It's showing all the way on the daily candle. I mean, stopping volume candle. Anybody? We get a bullish engulfing. This thing is gonna rip.
Hey, remember this and come back to this chart in a few days. See if they remove the candle.
Yeah.
Someone's buying up some Doge. It wasn't me.
Man, that's spooky. I'm not gonna lie.
But it shows buying pressure down there. Oh, seriously, with enough. I mean, now I want to buy it at. I want to buy a lower low, so I want to buy it once it explores the bottom of that wick. Well, might have to wait a year for that, but it will.
Turbo looks like it wants to roll over. This bearish channel isn't gonna hold on Turbo. Looking for 003 on Turbo.
Yeah, Dbloc, are you staking your Doge or anything? Or you just holding it on wallet?
No. No, I'm not staking it. Say hit that measured move. Let's see where this retracement can come in for say. I didn't even bother checking on different exchanges, but I'm pretty sure that wick doesn't exist on all exchanges for Beam. Render's been a bit of a slow mover, huh? Like, we haven't even hit target 1 yet. This was the Ethereum pump. We literally got almost nothing out of that Ethereum pump for Render. And Doge had a nice Ethereum pump.
Yeah, D-Block, I'm not kidding. Render was one of those things. If it hasn't taken off yet, it's one of those things I might want to pour into if it takes off and I don't have an opportunity. No, Render's one of the ones I was looking at. It just hasn't moved yet, and it still has a lot of things behind it.
Yeah.
And the AVAX too bad got hesitant there in the mid 20s.
Yeah, Pengu is pushing here. It's at its 5618. Might want to go for that vector gap. Finally, we can get rid of this fib extension range from our original W.
Whoever's been in that Pengu, good job. Like that thing has been ripping so hard this past month.
I haven't sold any yet. I mean, you know, is your meme coin in Walmart? Probably not. Yeah, I saw that earlier, Sinlos. I think once Ando moves, it's going to do it all at once. My phone's ringing. I'll be right back.
big buys coming in.